All right, good evening and welcome to our third bargaining session of the school year with Jeffco Public Schools and Jespa. We are just going to begin by going around and doing introductions. We have a new member at the district side of the table that we want to make sure that everyone knows, and vice versa. Also, just want to welcome our audience who have shown up this evening, bracing what's potentially going to be some snow later on. So thank you for being here. And just to kick us off, I'm Matt Polero, Chief Student Success Officer. And Brent, if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Brent Case. I'm an attorney. I work in Denver. I live in Denver with my family. I've done a lot of different negotiations with all kinds of groups, with cities, negotiating with firefighters and police and teachers and classified employees. And I'm really excited to meet all you and to help us work on coming together for a renewal agreement here. So nice to meet everybody.
My name is Tiffany Beestrom. I am a paraeducator at Sebesky Academy in Wheat Ridge.
My name is Vicki Flores. I am staff for Jespa.
I am Trevor Byrne. I am a bus driver, the president of JCTA, and the vice president of Jespa.
My name is Xander Kashub. I'm a food service worker in Jeffco, obviously, and I'm the president of Jespa.
My name is Darcy Hassler. Been with the district for 17 years, paraprofessional, high dosage tutor, guest teacher. Sorry.
I know you did. Sarah Smith, 27-year employee of Jeffco, preschool teacher and president of JCPK.
Nikki Saunders. This is my 10th year in the district and my health aide.
All right. I appreciate the round of introductions. I know we have a pretty full agenda this evening. Just wanted to check in on a couple of housekeeping items, specifically dinner. I know that's always a little bit flexible on the time, but are you expecting dinner at a specific time?
I don't think we have a specific time. Our members are holding a potluck, so they're bringing food. So
Okay.
Whenever we have a good stopping point.
That sounds great. And I do know that we have some live interpretation. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that, especially if we need to pause. It sounds like it's simultaneous this evening, so there shouldn't be too much of a pause. But I'm going to hand off to Brent, who's going to kind of walk us through what this evening is going to look like, starting with grounding us in some written procedures.
Thank you, Matt. Vicki and I talked. We had a little pregame conversation and gave the heads up. And I think a lot of you probably saw my letter that I sent over to introduce myself. I think the parties are in agreement that we're going to start off tonight with coming to agreement on these written procedures, a draft of which I sent over. We certainly can answer any questions about why we wrote what we wrote. I know there's one thing in particular that I wish I would have put in my letter, where we struck, or we proposed to strike a negotiation session because of my schedule. It's, I guess you all. That's probably the first time that anybody said they couldn't hear me. I've got one of those voices. Anyway, I'll go back a little bit. Vicki and I talked about setting forth the written procedures. And one thing that I want to explain that I left as a strike through on the written procedures when it pertains to the schedule is that I am out of state for that one session. And so we would like to discuss rescheduling it or maybe even doing without it. You all tell me, I know that oftentimes these negotiations are sort of backloaded and you do a lot of the work in the last couple sessions. So that's certainly something we can talk about. Anyway, I think Vicki let me know that they had, your group has some feedback on the proposals, and we'll talk about that today. I think we've also agreed to give each other our respective positions on the proposals previously exchanged. The district has agreed to address the MOU first because I know that we have a lot of folks in attendance who are interested in that piece. And so out of respect for them, we'll do that first. After that, we can either go on and give our positions on the staffing and bargaining unit articles, or the Jespa could give its positions on the proposals that the district sent. Either way, we're flexible on that, but looking forward to get started. And I think I've probably explained the only thing that I guess was not self-explanatory on my written proposals. So I think I just throw it to you all now.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification on that date. That was the March 27th date, which I think we would be okay with. But yeah, we're open to scheduling another day, but we can have that conversation. Let's see. So yeah, we did have a couple suggestions to add to this written procedures document. We wanted to add our team into this document. So there was a placeholder for identifying our team members. So we just wanted to get those names in here. I did want to just more of a kind of just a recognition that in our contract, there is an article that says each team won't exceed 10 members at the table, excluding alternates. Knowing that there's more than 10 on here, I don't think there's going to be an issue with that, but just knowing there's an article related to how many people can be at the table at a time. Going down further to, I believe it's 4A on here, we just had a little bit more clarity on the process of exchanging proposals we wanted to add and a little more detail. So we added underneath 4A that the proposals shall be exchanged by email in good faith with transparent tracked changes redlined in Microsoft Word documents using the NATO phonetic alphabet and date in the following format: district primary, district alpha, article, number, date. And then under that, we are also wanting to add that the proposal shall be exchanged by email immediately following presentation of the document at the table and must be the same document shared on the screen at the bargaining table. We had reached out a couple days ago wanting to clarify a few things about the articles that we received. So this is just making sure that we are all on the same page when it comes to what we are seeing on the screen when it's presented and what we're receiving in writing, and wanting to be able to work in good faith on the documents and have a good counter for what we're seeing, and just be clear about what that looks like. So then going down, where am I here? I think it would be under 4B. We did add a little bit more specifics on the MOUs and mutuals that we had spoken to at, I believe, the first session this year that weren't included on this document. And we've added and have agreed to negotiate the following mutuals per Article 16.5, the MEQ thresholds in 16.411 through 16.416 above will be reviewed annually in negotiations. So that's part of our contract we wanted to get in there. And then incomplete MOUs in the back of our contract. We have a health benefits MOU, the pilot MOU, Jespa Community FNS Working Group and Jefferson Area Pilot, as it's called, and then the wage schedule MOU. Wanted to just call those out by name, making sure that we do get to talk about those things this year. And then housekeeping, I guess, 324 negotiations timeline, 325 is misnumbered. So we just want to make sure we're updating and doing some housekeeping things as well. Let me think. Yeah, so down in 4E, there is a interest, it looks like, to develop a joint communication after each bargaining session. And we did have a question about that. We're wondering if you can give some examples, or maybe we can have a discussion on what that does look like, because we do have an interest in that as well. We just want to make sure that we are clear on what that what that's going to look like. So can you maybe speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you the first draft of what I expect for tonight. Maybe, the parties reached agreement on written procedures. Thereafter, they discussed the FNS MOU. Thereafter, the district gave its positions on the Jespa's proposals, and the Jespa gave its positions on, and maybe identify them by name. And Jespa gave the district its proposals on so and so. And I see we have another red line there, but in my head it's thinking like, at the next session we plan to do X, Y, Z. That's it.
Okay. So kind of facts to the point on what was talked about. So that red line that we added, there was kind of our interest is not to discuss conduct. I think that's where we were a little bit thrown off. We don't want to discuss conduct. We do have we have been discussing agendas and kind of the next steps. So we did add including action items before that red line, if you can see that part. So we do agree with including what we want to talk about for next time, but to discuss conduct of the next meeting is a little bit kind of not our interest.
Oh yeah, that, I didn't mean it like that. That came from me, not the team. I just meant what we're going to do at the next session.
Thank you. And yeah, I believe that's it for our suggestions for this written procedure document. I think everything else looks pretty good to us.
All right. I think we'd like to propose taking a brief caucus just to contemplate the adjustments that you made around the language specific to the mutuals, as well as the, I think it was section 4. You added some additional clarity to.
I think it's all section 4, but yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Can I just clarify one thing on the screen there? Our counter shouldn't be struck through, so I'll fix that. But we countered with discuss the agenda for, and then the strike through is the rest. So I'll email it to you now, and it'll be
perfect. And I'm thinking we could probably wrap this up in like 5 minutes ish.
Okay. I'll send it now.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Hey, folks. So Matt and I went on the hall and talked about this, and I think we're pretty close here. I think the only when I looked at this, or when I was looking at the changes on the screen, the only thing that really caught my eye was the listing of the 2 additional MOUs as mutuals. I walked in tonight kind of thinking that, my reading of the collective bargaining agreement is that we're going to negotiate compensation and benefits, every year, right? And so that I looked at those appendices to the collective bargaining agreement and thought, these relate to compensation and benefits. So obviously the subjects are going to be discussed. And to the extent that the Jespa has an interest in discussing those MOUs, we're fine with hearing the discussion and participating in it. However, what we want to make clear right at the outset is that just because those are listed as mutual items does not mean that the district is right now, without having any discussion, agreeing that we will change or amend or extend those MOUs. So certainly we can discuss them. We're not going to say, like, this is not a mutual and it cannot even be discussed. We're not saying that, but we just want to make sure you know that I haven't even talked about these with Matt. I don't even know what they are, but theoretically the district could take the position that we're not going to extend these. And we want to be sure that that's not a violation of these written procedures. And if you agree to that, then we can sign these things.
I think we're going to take a 2-minute caucus, but I would say that these MOUs exist and have not been completed. So I don't think we believe we're entering new work or having a renewal. It's more that they're MOUs that haven't been completed and need additional work, if that makes sense. So there's certainly grievable issues we're hoping to discuss and make progress, but your point is noted, so we'll discuss for a moment.
Okay, we are back. We have one clarifying question on what you are proposing. Looking at the incomplete MOUs, are you saying that the pilot is off the table to discuss this year, or is the other two correct? Okay,
The other two, so
thank you.
I understand that the team has expressly agreed to discuss the pilot. So.
Awesome.
Yeah, I intend to go there next
Okay.
once we get past the written procedures.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to,
Yeah.
we just needed clarity on that. As to the other two, so the health benefits MOU, the wage schedule MOU, we understand we're bringing benefits and compensation and are going to talk quite a lot about those two items this year. So we're in agreement of what you're proposing.
Did have a question. I know there were some specific dates at the bottom of the written procedures where, we suggested that you bring forward kind of your proposal for compensation and benefits first, but I just want to put it out there that if you would prefer we go first, we'd be happy to do that on that same date, and we could amend the written procedures to reflect that. Otherwise, if you prefer to go first, that's fine too. Just let me know what your preference is.
We're fine going first.
Yeah.
We're fine with the dates you proposed.
Yeah, we're good with the document as it is. So we'll be ready to go on the 10th.
I thought of one other thing that I meant to say before. I don't think it'll cause a problem, but in terms of the email in the exact same thing, I mean, that is certainly our intent. It will always be our intent. I do want to point, having done this a lot, that mistakes do happen. Sometimes things have to go and be corrected. I mean, I think one of the things that was up on the screen, I think there was a slight something that needed to be clarified, right? And so we're always our intent will be to send you what's proposed and vice versa. If there's a good faith mistake, I wouldn't consider that like a violation of the procedures on either side. But we understand that you want an organized process. So do we. We don't want to waste any time by turning things over that are different than what was presented, and vice versa. So we understand the intent there. We agree with it, but I have certainly made typos in my life, and there are plenty more in front of me. So.
Okay. Let me just say one example why we brought that up. We had noticed after the first session on the 31st that there were edits made after that session to the document that we were provided. So those are the kind of things we're talking about. If we make a mistake, we're going to be as transparent as we can. Like Vicki just did, we're going to tell you. If we receive a document that has edits post the session date, we're going to ask questions, and that's where we're coming from with that. We just want to make sure that we're in good faith with the documents that we're sharing so we can work off the
wholeheartedly agree, and hope that we can clarify whatever that addition is that you saw. Happy to do that tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So would you mind if you want to strike through those and send it back to us on the ground rules or on the written procedures? Or how do you want to edit this document to?
Sure, yeah, well, we can finalize it. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, just on those two MOU.
Yeah, we'll take those out. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Sounds like we're ready to move on to our next agenda item, which we would propose, just in light of the fact that we have some families who we know are invested in this next topic, as well as some staff members here, diving into our counter for the food nutrition services MOU, if that works for you all. Okay. Let me just share the screen here. Just 1 second, I'll make it bigger so nobody has to squint. How's that? All right. So to begin, I think just regrounding us in the initial MOU, which established a working group to ensure that quality, nutritious meals would continue to be provided to Jeffco students in an efficient manner, with clear support from all stakeholders towards this goal. It further detailed what I perceive to be the strategies and procedures through which we intend to achieve this goal. So I just want to begin our presentation of our proposal tonight by sharing that we value the establishment of this working group and the shared commitment it represents toward the well-being of our students. All right. And so in line with this commitment, our counter proposal aims to build on the progress of the Jefferson articulation area by expanding scratch cooked meals at Edgewater Elementary, Lumberg Elementary, and Jefferson Junior Senior. Our counter aims to focus on culturally relevant recipes sourced from community members aiming for daily implementation. Our approach facilitates local ingredient procurement, recipe development, and consistent student feedback. We propose operationalizing the MOU that we'll present this evening through the 24-25 school year, but excluding it from the collective bargaining agreement moving forward, with the intent to have discussions for the continuation of the work on May 31st, 2025. We believe our modification aligned with Jespa's essential interests that you shared with us previously, emphasizing scratch cooking, local sourcing, cultural relevance, and providing nutritious meals, while defining stakeholder roles and addressing concerns about reporting, funding, and duration. So you're going to see a more defined structure to our proposal in the form of various headers and subheaders that don't currently exist but are implied. So that said, starting at the top, we made an adjustment to clarify who the MOU exists between, that being Jeffco Public Schools and Jespa. Further, we added a statement of commitment to demonstrate the value we have for the work that we're doing together for kids, and to more narrowly define our focus. And that reads, for the school year 24-25, Jeffco Food Nutrition Services has identified 3 schools to prepare and serve meals every day using culturally relevant recipes provided by members of the working group and the Edgewater community. The schools include Edgewater Elementary School, Jefferson Junior Senior, and Lumberg Elementary School. Recipes will be modified to meet United States Department of Agriculture nutritional standards and for use in large-scale production as required by federal policies. Food Nutrition Services, with the cooperation of the stakeholders identified below, will work to develop creative ways to improve and introduce more culturally relevant menu items and seek locally sourced, where possible, quality ingredients with minimal processing. Further, we added sorry, here it's bouncing around on me. So we believe that the language presented at the top provides greater clarity regarding who has entered into the MOU, and our statement of commitment has provided greater clarity around the focus of the MOU, hence why we struck the original wording that you see here below. All right, so getting into those more defined headers and subheaders, starting first with background. We believe the language that has been proposed in some of the original language is somewhat ambiguous when it comes to defining participants, operations, program regulations, and the need for understanding limitations. Further, the proposed language doesn't take into account overall feasibility for the district. So our intent here is to provide greater clarity on these issues. And further, the feasibility of an expansion is something that we believe needs to continue to be studied, which is why we've not accepted your recommendation specific to the expansion that you described. All right, so I'll read out the background section. The district, food nutrition services, the community, and other representative groups, to include Jespa, agree to work together to enhance food service operations to continue to improve quality and nutritious meals for all students. It is essential for each stakeholder to understand program regulations and limitations that may exist in seeking desired outcomes around these meals. The group will work together to develop a common vision, build trust, and establish respect for all stakeholders. Sorry, I'm trying to jump down to the next section here. The next section, which is a new section, really is specific to the purpose and structure. And so it outlines what we believe the purpose of the MOU to be, who explicitly should make up the core leadership group, who you'll learn about here shortly, the working group, and how we would propose our work be facilitated in each individual's or group's responsibilities. We've added an additional statement that we believe demonstrates our collective commitment to working together in good faith. And we've added a reporting component that narrows down the scope of what will be reported and how it will be used to drive future decision making regarding a possible expansion. And so I'm going to go through those sections now. The purpose is to develop a common vision and goals for continuing to enhance quality, nutritious meals for all students. This will be accomplished through cooperative collaboration of, this is a very sensitive computer here. The facilitator, the core leadership group, and the working group, chief operating officer. All members of these stakeholder groups will authentically commit to working together in good faith on solutions. The next section defines specific to how the meetings will be facilitated. So we've added facilitator. The facilitator will be responsible for the following: final coordination, creation, communication, and distribution of the agenda for all meetings with stakeholders, facilitating all meetings, guiding and managing the working group to determine a common vision with goals and measurements, assisting the group with maintaining focus while making decisions and problem solving, summarizing all agenda items and discussions and communicating them after each meeting with stakeholders. And when it talks specifically about the measures, what we're implying here is the outcomes that will be used as a part of the report to drive future decision making when we get to that section of the MOU here. Oh, wow. Here we go. The core leadership group. So the core leadership group will consist of the following members: the facilitator, one representative from Food Nutrition Services, one representative from Jespa, one representative from the community group, one parent representative. All core group leadership will commit to being active participants. The core leadership group will be responsible for the following: setting dates and times for meetings, agenda planning and contribution for all upcoming meetings with stakeholders, communicating agenda topics to the facilitator. The working group will meet monthly and consist of the following members: parents, community members, Jespa members, Jeffco students, Jeffco principals, food nutrition staff, members, core leadership group, and facilitator. The working group will listen and seek to understand the current status and constraints of food nutrition services. The working group will be responsible for the following: consistently attending meetings and providing feedback, collaborating to create a shared vision to include reviewing multiple operational methods for achieving the shared vision, and working to create a set of next steps for achieving the shared vision once the shared vision has been determined. Working with food service staff on menu and recipe development, as well as taste testing. Assisting food service with the distribution and collection of student surveys. Jumping down to the next section around reporting. Upon completion of the 24-25 school year. Final report detailing the measurable outcomes and recommendations to include progress as well as challenges will be submitted to the district cabinet and Board of Education. So going back to the detailing of the measurable outcomes, that'll be the work that the core leadership and the working group determine. Of course, we're also open to suggestions on that here. And the last section just further demonstrates our commitment to making sure that this is successful. So it identifies some additional funding sources. So when able, Food and Nutrition Services, with the cooperation of the stakeholders, will commit to seeking grants and alternate funding sources for necessary equipment. And then going back to what I mentioned earlier, around the duration, this is a standalone MOU. It is not part of the collective bargaining agreement. And upon expiration of the MOU, Food Service is committed to being a willing and honest participant in conversations with the community as it relates to quality, nutritious meals for all students. Food Service is committed to continue to meet with the working group to advance and promote food that is minimally processed and maximizing the use of local products. And then we would have a space for the appropriate parties to sign. And that is it. That is our proposal in response to your initial proposal. I will send this over to you. Unless there are any questions or clarifications right now, we can move forward with the rest of our counter.
Yeah, I don't think we have any questions right at this second. Would love to have that so we can review it and talk to the community about it.
Okay. I'll hand over to Brett.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so I think why don't we start with the bargaining unit proposal? Okay, just have some comments on yours, and I can give you our position on it. First of all, I see really 3 different areas within this proposal. The first area concerns how the parties define who is in the bargaining unit. And on this one, although we're not in agreement with your proposal right now for reasons I'll explain later, but we think that that is something that is well within the scope of negotiations, and we are certainly willing to entertain discussions concerning how to better define the bargaining unit and hear about some of your concerns. For example, I'm told that there's an instance in which we have some supervisory employees who are sort of in the bargaining unit right now under the current provisions, where I understand that Jespa has said that doesn't really feel right. And so certainly we are willing to do the necessary work to clarify that those kind of positions should be out of the bargaining unit and to revisit the way that we define the bargaining unit itself. So definitely open to discussions on that. I'll tell you that the reason why we're not agreeing to the language that's proposed right now is because on my reading, I'm not sure it does everything that we could do to solve the ambiguity issue that I think we're trying to solve with this thing. Basically, saying that the bargaining unit includes folks who are to be employed as ESPs. well, later in the agreement, it says, well, ESPs are those folks described in Article 1, right? So my reading of it, at least, is that it's kind of circular. But if what Jespa is getting at is that, look, we want to define the bargaining unit so as to exclude confidential, administrative, and supervisory employees, and to include folks who are not those three things, then and also are not part of the other bargaining units at the district, like the teachers, for example. I think we have some common ground there, and during this process, we think that we're certainly willing to have the discussion to work together on how to better define. Because I think I understand the issue that we've got these positions listed in there, and maybe Jespa's thinking, well, what happens when somebody comes along that they don't fall exactly into one of these positions listed? I wasn't here, and I confess I did not go back and watch the 8 hours of negotiations or whatever it was, but I take it that maybe is an interest on your part to clarify that issue. And so we're willing to work on that issue with you, frankly. What we're not willing to do are really the two other areas that are in this proposal. First of all, I understand why it's being proposed. I've seen it in other places, but there's a proposal in here to basically for the parties to agree that work in this district will be assigned to this bargaining unit, right? That for example, any work that that folks in the bargaining unit are doing right now shall be forever and ever done by the bargaining unit. And the problem with that sort of proposal is that infringes upon a traditional management right that employers enjoy, and it's actually described in the collective bargaining unit with language that we've agreed upon. That basically the agreement recognizes that the school district reserves its management right to manage its structure and perform its function and operations. So a Jespa proposal that tries to dictate the way that the school district is going to perform its operations, such as defining work as belonging to the bargaining unit, is not acceptable to us. The other provision here concerns classifying employees, and basically the Jespa has proposed to have a role in how the school district determines job classifications over and above the bargaining unit definition. So, like I said before, we agree that it's fair game to say who's in the bargaining unit, but provisions controlling and giving Jespa a veto about how we classify employees are likewise not going to be acceptable. So what I think this means, and the reason why we don't have, tell me if I violated the written procedures already, but what I did not do is take your proposal and put a red line through everything and give it back to you. I saw little value in doing that. But that's our position on the bargaining unit proposal. Is essentially we're not currently on board with any of the changes proposed. We expect that our positions will remain opposed to incorporating any language about bargaining unit work or restrictions on how the district classifies employees. But we are willing to continue working on defining the bargaining unit. We just don't think that the language that we're looking at is the right language. So that's our position on the bargaining unit one. I can stop there.
But you're saying you're not going to counter it? Or what? I'd missed that part.
Well, right. Like at this point, we are proposing to maintain current contract language.
So are you going to send us a counter?
Well, I mean, I guess that's what I was saying at the beginning. Like,
I'm just not following because you're saying we agree with some of this, but not this. So are you striking through the whole thing, and can you send back a document with what you, so we understand clearly exactly what you're saying?
we're striking through the whole thing. What I am foreshadowing our position for the remainder of the negotiations, that a couple of the concepts in the proposal are basically non-starters. And we're happy to continue to discuss them with you. However, they conflict with the retained management rights as described in the agreement. So we do not expect to change our position on that. What we do, we are open to continuing to discuss the language as far as defining the bargaining unit after maybe hearing from you a little bit more about what exactly your concerns are. But at this time, we have no counter. We're proposing to stick with current contract language.
Mm-hmm. So is your intent not to negotiate this at all, or it's just very unclear? You're saying you agree with portions of it, that they need to be fixed, that we have a shared interest in this, but yet you won't agree to any of it, and it's not going to change. This is confusing. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll explain it again. So, looking at your proposal, you've proposed changes to Article 1-7 as to how to define employee. Looking at the collective bargaining agreement, 1-7, that's how we define who's in the bargaining unit currently, as I read, and unless somebody tells me otherwise. I was reading through this, and I think that everybody described as an employee under the agreement in 1-7 that's the bargaining unit. And what I'm saying is we don't agree with the language that you've proposed so far, but as I said, we are thinking about some different ways to define this to meet your interests, but at this time we're going with what we've got in the agreement. But I'm letting you know that we think it would be productive to continue discussing it. So, I made some comments on the record here intended for maybe when the ball is back in your court to tell me or tell us what you thought of what I said, and to say, like, yeah, Brent, that is it. That we're worried that if if we come up with a new position and it's not on the list, that they're not going to be in the bargaining unit. We don't think that's fair. And if that's your position, then we can think about ways to address that. And the other thing is, I know that I'm new to this party, right? And so if you feel like you've already explained that, then we'll talk about that further in our room, and you can tell me so, okay? I don't mean to ask you to repeat yourself, and I ask for your forgiveness if I am. But it's a back and forth process, and I know that you won't be shy about telling me, right? So I'm saying we think it would be productive to continue to discuss 1-7. Everything else, we do not think it would be productive to continue to discuss because we do not expect our position to change.
I just want to say that the whole collective bargaining agreement, besides management rights, is meant to modify management rights in a way, right? You do have rights to do certain things, but the rest of the agreement modifies and puts parameters around it. So I believe that we shouldn't walk away from this table thinking that the rest of our agreement doesn't matter. The rest of the collective bargaining agreement modifies what management can do, and that becomes really important in this conversation when folks maybe are seeing that the district is privatizing work and putting work out to contractors. That's what our interest is in discussing for the rest of this article. Outsourcing jobs is an incredibly important priority for our members because they value the safety, the consistency, and the care of students and are seeing that disrupted through privatization. So I think just saying positionally, we're not going to ever agree to anything to discuss on these other items isn't a good look necessarily. And I would say urge you to reconsider taking such a strong position on the other items because those items are very important to our members and that's why we bring them to you.
Totally understand. Just trying to be frank and upfront with you. That's the way that I operate.
That's fine.
I don't want to encourage you all to spend your time on things that I'm telling you that we're not likely to agree on. I think Vicki is right that a collective bargaining agreement in and of itself is a restriction on what management can do, right? If you didn't have an agreement, then the management rights are plenary in that regard, right? But there are some things that are really traditional management rights. And those are the things that these two groups, probably long before any of us were sitting here, maybe not all of us, but agreed that these things are basically off limits. And that's for a reason, is because traditionally the right to decide how work is going to be performed in the employment setting is not something that's negotiated. It hasn't been negotiated thus far. That's why you're proposing to put it in. Understand why you're putting it in. I'm not saying it's nonsensical or criticizing you for doing it. I'm just trying to create expectations about how we're going to spend our time at the table. There are a lot of things that we are willing to discuss, that we have to discuss. And we have a finite amount of time, I understand, to do it. And, that's why your points are well taken. And I'm not trying to minimize the way the bargaining unit feels about these subjects. And certainly if you want to spend time talking about them, we will listen to you. We're just saying we're not expecting to make those additions to the contract. I understand you want us to reconsider our position. I guess we'll be reconsidering everything every time you say it.
You said you've seen this type of language in other contracts, so it's not out of the ordinary to define what the bargaining unit does, what the work is.
No. I've heard of that proposed before.
It's very common.
Okay, well, maybe you could bring that to the table.
We will.
Because what I see is that the retained management rights that are listed in the agreement are extremely common. Okay? I understand why the group wants to define work as belonging to the bargaining unit, but our position is that we don't think that's going to end up in the agreement. And there is a portion of this that Jespa has proposed to change things for the better, and we think to the extent that we're talking about this proposal, we should be talking about that. And that's our feedback on it. I feel like as part of good faith bargaining, we need to hear you out, but then we also need to be honest about where we're going. So.
Can you send us a counter?
What would that be?
Well, you just said that you're going to strike through the whole thing. So can you send us a counter strike through the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
If you propose a new article.
We're not going to counter our own proposal. Bargaining in good faith, you all proposed a straight traditional process. It's not up to us to counter our own proposal. So, we have had this before. It's okay to say no to us, but you've got to counter it with the no. I don't understand why you wouldn't be willing to do that.
Vicki, that's not true. Okay. What I would urge you to do is go back and look at your letter that you wrote to the group. about what good faith bargaining is, right? I mean, you sent a letter to the group saying that, look, you may not like our proposal or whatever, but you're required to listen to it and give us your position on it. And that's true. That's what I'm doing. But what we're saying is we don't want to change with the current language of the collective bargaining agreement, right? And so what would you have me send you? The current collective bargaining agreement, that proposal, that our proposal is we're rejecting your additions and your changes to the current language.
I mean, what I'm hearing you say is you're not willing to negotiate it.
No.
And you're not willing to counter it. You're just stating your position, but you're not willing to provide us with that in writing. And you did say, tell me if I'm violating the proposed rules already. And I was willing to hear you out, but it feels like you are, because we just agreed to redline and exchange proposals. And we have had this situation before where we don't necessarily agree, but we counter and we come to an agreement eventually. So
I got you. Yeah, but just tell me what would it look like in this position? And let me actually can we table this discussion for a second, because so it can cover the staffing proposal as well, because we've got a similar position.
All right.
Thanks. I will. So let me flip to that one. With respect to staffing, Jespa has made a proposal about minimum staffing levels, right? This is another one. This is another topic that is not currently in our collective bargaining agreement, and this one too would be an infringement upon the school district's traditional retained management right, agreed to by these two groups and expressly stated in the agreement to manage the function and operations of the district. That expressly includes levels of service, like how many people should be in one place doing this job, et cetera, right? So this is another proposal that we're not willing to add this to the collective bargaining agreement for that reason. So that's our position on that. And I guess I can certainly answer additional questions on that, but that's why I asked Vicki if I could interrupt her and table that until after I said that, because this is another one where it's not acceptable. And I do not find it productive to take a Word copy of this and turn the whole thing red and send it back to you. Okay, so I think we have responded to the changes to the proposed changes to the MOU, and we have now responded to the union's proposals on bargaining unit and staffing. So you look like you're about to say something. So.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a caucus.
Right? About how long?
We'll text you, Matt. quick dinner with our members. And as we agreed, I think we're going to go over Article 5. We're going to do our counter on that. If you guys are ready, I can get started. Are we going to put that up? Mm-hmm. Vicky's going to put that up on the screen for you so you can follow along. All right. So Matt, and Brett, I'll just go right to the ones we've done any work on, just to make it easy. We'll start with 513. Employees who are unable to attend work for part or all of their scheduled work shift will have their absence excused if the reason for the absence is covered by a type of leave identified in Article 8. You guys struck, I believe, and the employee gives appropriate. And then we struck what you had put in there because everything is covered in Article 8. So we struck that as well. In 514, unexcused absences, we added are those not for purpose covered by Article 8. And we struck, you can see where we struck included, but are not limited to when an employee fails to report to work as scheduled, show up for an assigned shift for an uncovered purpose, or when an employee fails to give notice of an excused absence for a covered purpose. Moving on to 515, failure to report to work as scheduled without notification provided to the employer's supervisor. We added unless in cases of exigent circumstances. We also added for 3 or more days may be considered job abandonment and may be subject to an employee termination.
Can I just say, too, that some of this is also to comply with the law, the Healthy Families Workplaces Act, and some of it conflicted with Article 8.
Thank you, Becky. Fitness for duty, 521. An employee is fit for duty when they are physically and psychologically able to perform their job duties in a safe, secure, productive, and effective manner for the totality of their shift. Employees are responsible for assessing their fitness to perform work and seeking medical advice. We added or accommodations when appropriate. We struck failure to report to work fit to perform may result in corrective action and a referral for a fitness evaluation. We did add referral for a fitness evaluation may be considered only with objective evidence about an employee's ability to perform essential job functions. Employees are entitled to due process and just cause in determination of fitness to perform work. Fitness for duty will be approached with sensitivity to employees' circumstances and non-punitive. The employee shall be on paid admin leave until the fitness for duty can be conducted. 522, we added, should the district have objective evidence? We struck to ensure staff are fit to perform their job. The district, and then left. District may, we added may. Struck reserves a right to. Submit employees to appropriate evaluations. We added on. Physical examinations, psychological assessments, and drug testing. We added tailored to specific performance issue identified and only to your when deemed necessary for job performance or safety. These evaluations may occur during the workday provided the employee goes to a physician clinic or testing site designated by the district. The examination will be without cost to the employee. We added the employee has the right to a second opinion outside the district's designated testing site and to see their own doctor. Moving on to 523. Upon advance notice to the employee may be required to furnish proof of illness as verified by a written statement from a medical professional. Generally, medical notes, we added may and struck should. be requested when absences extended for more than, and I think that was changed to 4 to coincide with the law. Consecutive days, we struck or in cases of suspected abuse of leave, and added, and the request shall be applied uniformly and fairly to all employees. 524, employees deemed unfit may utilize leave as necessary. We added or may request reasonable accommodations that would enable them to return to work and perform the essential functions of their job. We struck or may be terminated as a result of being deemed unfit. We did add the process for determining unfitness will be transparent, involving the employee at every step, and will include exploring all possible accommodations and supports to maintain employment. Termination will be considered only as a last resort after exhaustive efforts to accommodate and support the employee in maintaining their position. Moving on to 5.3, paid rest breaks and unpaid meal breaks. In 5.3.1, employees who work 6 or less hours are entitled to take 1 15-minute duty-free, we added, paid break during the workday. Employees who work more than 6 hours are entitled to take 2 15-minute duty-free, we added, paid breaks during the workday. These paid breaks should be taken at a time least disruptive to the employee's work duties and may be scheduled by the supervisor. We added the immediate administrator with employee input. Nothing on 5.3.2. 5.3.3, when a supervisor or school administrator directs or authorizes an employee to work during the meal break, the employee will be paid for the time worked. We added the supervisor/administrator may not deduct breaks unless the breaks were actually provided duty-free. Let's see, moving on to 5.5, compensatory time. Employees who are authorized to work more than 40 hours per week may be offered compensatory time in lieu of overtime, while compensatory time may be offered by the supervisor. We added the immediate administrator. And 5, what's that? Sorry. Oh, no worries. 5.5.3, I think I can, generally it is encouraged that the compensatory time be taken off or be taken during pay period in which it is earned. However, the employee and we added their supervisor, immediate administrator, may mutually agree to bank the time for later use. All compensatory time off must be used within the current budget year. If scheduling conflicts prevents its use, the employee must be paid for any unused compensatory time off as provided in Article 6-5. Let's see, on to 5-6, paraprofessional work schedules and hour changes. 5.6.1, any days in excess of the paraprofessional days worked calendar and the paid holidays referenced in Appendix C may be assigned at the discretion of the principal. There's nothing in 5.6.2. 5.6.3, and I think there's a note in this one, I'll just read it. In instances where an employee is terminated as a result of hour reduction, the district will, we added, follow Article 11, reduction in force, or RIF. And then at the bottom we have an 11 where in Article 11 we struck reductions in force excludes paraprofessionals and health aides. And I believe there was a note in here referencing 5.6.3 that the district was interested in working on language together on 5.6.3 per Jeff Gatlin. And I believe that does it for Article 5.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when we were talking about the written procedures, we were talking about that potential discrepancy between what we sent and what was presented. were you able to identify anything substantive? I mean, it wasn't intentional on our part. So if there's something that you all know that is different than what in the proposal than what we presented, we'd like to know, because we don't think there are any substantive differences.
I believe it was in Article 8
Okay.
that was edited after it was sent. I think Vicky can speak, or Xander. Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Article 5, Article 5, it was the same language. It was formatted differently before or after the strike through. So to your point, it was substantively the same. In Article 8, what we got had something struck through that in the presentation had added language. That is not what we got in Article 8, but I can address that when I do Article 8.
The reason why we started looking at it too was just bargaining was on the 31st, but all the changes were tracked on February 1st. So we went through it to figure it out, and it looked like it was just formatting, as Darcy said, on this one.
Anything? Should we just take a look at that one? Take it under consideration?
And if you'd like, we can move on to Article 8.
Sounds good.
All right. With that, I'll hand it over to Darcy for Article 8. Vicky's going to get that pulled. Yes, Vicky's
As she's getting that pulled up, Matt, you had talked about moving from administrator to supervisor, and we went back to administrator because of maintenance and custodial services. Some of their positions are supervisor, but they don't have authority for some things. And so that's why we took supervisor out, because it might be a lead person as opposed to a defined supervisor, even though it says supervisory roles in their job description. So I just wanted to go back and explain a little bit more on why we put administrator back in there. Because again, we're going back and forth on language, and we just want to make sure sometimes when people act in that fashion, then they're reprimanded, and sometimes they aren't. So that's why we're putting immediate administrator on there.
No, I appreciate that additional context and clarification. Thank you.
Okay, Article 8, leaves. When you countered, you took out paid leave. Our proposal goes into putting paid leave back in and removing paid sick leave. It's a radical idea, but going back and doing some research, I want to say it was about a decade ago that the district proposed this to, I'll use the word buckets, which is a funny for us. I know it's historically, we want to keep the buckets clear and easier for the district. So we're proposing striking out paid sick leave. I'm not going to read all of it. I'm just scrolling through. You all had struck in 8-2-4, disability may have access to additional leave on a case-by-case basis, including consideration with ADA. We're putting that back in. Eight 2-4, when on an approved leave and receiving short-term disability benefits, the employee's accrued leave, again, removing the word sick, in 8-2-4. 2 and 8-2-4-3. So it's all just leave. So then again, striking through 8-3-4, paid sick leave at termination. If there's no more sick leave, we don't need to do that. Paid personal leave, renumbering, and again, changing sick leave to paid leave. Vacation remains, Again, numbering changes. The district had struck paid leave, paraprofessionals, and health aides. We're having that put in, but removing the paraprofessional health aides, so now everyone will accrue paid leave rather than paid sick leave. Bereavement leave is addressed further, striking through the 4 days and so on, and then in 862, again, removing the word sick. Judicial leave remains the same, just a numbering change because of the removal of sick leave. And parental leave, removing combination of sick or personal leave and just saying can use leave. If we're just calling it all paid leave, continuing that through the article. Under unpaid leave, the new number 8-9, unpaid leave of absence may be approved for other purposes. Don't need the uncovered if it's already under what's covered with paid leave. Again, numbering changes until we get to 813. So an emergency leave bank instead of an emergency sick leave bank. (814) public health emergency, again removing paid sick and removing section 8-2, and again removing sick. Continuing on the 814-2, again removing paid sick, just calling it leave. Recognizing that when we talked about the emergency sick leave bank, then we will need to go into that appendix as well.
I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. And I see an error here.
Okay.
So the paid leave, we should strike through the sick leave, and the addition of the paid leave for some reason is showing as a strike through, but those are all additions here. So we just need to correct that.
So Appendix A, removing that column, sick leave, changing to paid leave, 1 hour for every 20 hours of service rendered, which ties into the 9 8-hour workdays per school year, or 1 workday for each month of service. And a change under bereavement. It had struck out, y'all struck out up to 4 days unpaid per death. I understand the 4 days being struck, but we would still like the per death added back in. And then adding 2 days per calendar year for personal leave under paraprofessional. Scrolling to the bottom, Again, crossing out the sick leave is accumulated if we're not going to accrue sick leave, but putting back in paid leave accumulates without limit. And recognizing then Appendix B, the sick leave and personal leave payout formulas may need to be addressed on how that works. At this point, we're not proposing any changes, but we're open to that. And then Appendix D, the sick leave bank. Keeping the idea there. Any questions?
Nothing right off the bat. Yeah, those are both. You really have to sit down and go through.
Agreed. Agreed. I mean, that's what the working process is take it, think about it, changes, bring it back.
I agree. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so I guess we've done what we said we were going to try to accomplish today. I guess that leaves us with where we go next.
So we have some members that are having a little bit of trouble hearing you. If you can just make sure you project into the mic. We have members that have disabilities in hearing, so I just want to make sure they can hear you.
I'm sorry. I'll get it closer. I think.
Yeah, because the people that are watching streaming can't hear it either. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. My intent is to be heard. So where would you like to go next?
I think that's all we have prepared to present to you today.
Okay, understood.
We've got an hour or so left of the scheduled time. So if there's work we can continue to do, we're ready to do that.
One thing I think we didn't do that I said we were going to do was finalize those written procedures. So maybe we can go do that and send it to you. We didn't I didn't do that. So we need to do that. So maybe we could go do that right now and take a look at and then get them signed. And then also pursuant to those procedures, I guess we can talk about what we expect from each other for the next session, and then develop a brief, factual, written short statement of what happened today for communications purposes.
Yeah, and we also need your other proposal as well on the pilot MOU.
Understood. Yeah. We'll need to send that over to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, well, why don't we go and get those procedures taken care of, and then we'll come back and we can.
I will shoot a text message. Is that the easiest way?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do that.
And we can wait here too. So
Yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
So a clarifying question we submitted some red lines about exchanging proposals. And now that wasn't changed when it got back taken to us. So I'm curious you've already signed it, how we're signing it when all parties have already not agreed to follow it.
I think I know what you're getting at, although I don't follow the wording of your question. I'll say this. We don't have, I think you're complaining that we didn't give you a written counter to your proposals on bargaining unit and staffing. We did send, We did send a counter on the FNS MOU. Agreed? Anybody? Did y'all get that? Did you receive the email?
I just got it at 7:36 p.m., which it's 7:36 p.m. right now.
Okay, got it.
And we're not complaining. We're wondering why you signed it if you don't intend to counter propose anything.
This is like the fourth time I've explained this, okay? Our position is we're sticking with current contract language on the bargaining unit, and we are rejecting your proposal in total on staffing. So let me ask you, what are you thinking you're going to see? Like, if that is our position, and I think that position is by now well understood, right? That we've rejected both of those proposals in total at this point. So what are you expecting to see back? Would you like me to take your staffing proposal, draw lines through it, and give it right back to you? Because it's not worth it doing that. That's not a counter. We're rejecting it. It's not a counter. So we're not violating the ground rules that we've already signed. And that's why I don't like the way the question is phrased, right? It's like, you're already violating this and you signed it.
I never said violate.
Okay, well, I've given this position a number of times. I think it's clear to the team our proposals on that. If we have some language to propose in response, that will constitute a counter, and we will redline your proposal and send it back to you. But we do not have that right now.
And from what you've stated before, it's not just a right now, it's an ever, correct?
Incorrect. Because what I said was, we were willing to discuss the definition of the bargaining of the word employee in 1.7. So I thought I said that a couple times too, that I said we wanted to continue discussions on that, and we were open to considering it.
So
for the other pieces, ma'am, excuse me. For the other pieces, I did say we don't expect to change. And I'm sorry I said ma'am. It's what's your name again?
Darcy Hassler.
Okay, Darcy. Sorry, I'm done.
So your red line would then not include that.
We don't have a red line to return outside of the FNS proposal. But when we reconvene, we would be happy to have further discussion related to the bargaining unit proposal specifically. And at that time, there's something to counter, then we would send back our counter in the form of red lines, revisions, omissions, so on and so forth.
Thank you, Matt.
So just to expect in the future, if you're just not something we put on the table, you're just going to say no, and that's what we should expect. If you're not going to negotiate, you're just going to say no, and that's what we're just going to have to accept that.
I think we're prepared to sign this and hand it back to you, and then get to the agenda setting so that we can talk about that, what that looks like for next time.
For sure, yeah. I thought we had these done, so.
Well, we'll wait for the discussion in order to hear the counter that you'll make at that point, and we can talk about that in agenda setting. We're always happy to discuss our proposals and more behind it. And I know you didn't hear the first session or two, so we can take the next session and catch you up on the whys and our interests and our proposed solutions.
Well, I can talk. I'm happy to talk to our team about that as we try to come up with potentially a way to better define this in 1.7. I think we understand each other.
All right, so that leaves us at agenda setting for the next meeting.
Next meeting is April 10th. The ground rules, which I guess both parties have signed now, require Jespa to bring its financial proposals at that time. What do you all have in mind for how the ball goes? For example, the next time you'll come with your financial proposals, do you intend to give a kind of a global proposal? What I mean by that is to say, look, here are our financial proposals, and here's where we are on everything that's on the table, and then pass it to us, and we would respond to everything like that? Is that how you'd like to proceed, or some other way?
If I understand what you're saying, we will present financials in terms of compensation, wage schedule, and benefits allocations as one document. And then you can choose to counter that if you'd like at the next session. Or the district has sometimes just brought a different proposal and put it on the screen in terms of a PowerPoint and hasn't countered. And sometimes you have, so.
Yeah. Vicki,
open to suggestions.
Yeah, what I meant was about the other things that are on the table. Are we tabling those for the next session, or?
We generally just counter what's in our court to counter. With our financial proposals, we usually don't table anything.
But with regards, I think, to Article 5 and 8, you would expect a counter at the next meeting in addition to your proposal for compensation.
I think it's in your court to make a counter proposal on 5 and 8. We'll make a financial proposal. There's nothing really in our court to counter at this point. So we'll make a financial proposal. And does that sound right to you, Matt?
I think that sounds right. With regards to compensation, is that going to be presented through Article 6, or how do you intend for that to look?
If there are language adjustments to make in 6 or 7 that go with benefits or compensation, we can redline those articles. But often we arrive at a separate compensation MOU at the end of bargaining.
Are you following that?
We generally arrive at a compensation MOU at the end of bargaining because it doesn't modify any of the language in the agreement, but if it does, we can. So for instance, we modified the steps and the longevity last year and made changes to Article 6 as a result, but all of the financials are generally captured in a compensation MOU.
So we'll be prepared to respond to 5 and 8, and we look forward to hearing your proposal around compensation specifically. So I think that leaves us at writing out the joint communication for this evening. Unless there's anything else that needs to be on the agenda that we didn't discuss.
How would you like to write the communication? Would you like me to share screen and type together? How do you want to do this?
Sounds good. Vicky, I was thinking it would start with the Jespa and JPS bargaining teams agreed on written procedures for negotiations. And anyone can chime in. I kept going as I was typing here. I said,
Go for it.
thereafter, the JPS team gave its positions on Jespa's proposals on the FNS MOU and the topics of bargaining unit and staffing. Then Jespa gave its positions on JPS's proposals concerning attendance and leaves.
Article 5, you said, Trevor.
Yeah, Article 5. And
Can I make a friendly amendment to call out the article name?
Of course. I was thinking like the parties will next meet on April 10th, 2024. And here's where I get a little I trailed off, but at which time Jespa will give its financial proposals.
on compensation. Sorry, I was taking notes.
No, feel free. I don't have anything else written down, so.
District will counter on Jespa's for Article 5 and 8. I think that's where we left off. I think that's all we had for the agenda that day. That should take up most of that.
One other thing we wanted to say about the emailed proposal. So the district works these up on Google and converted it to Word to send to you. And I think that's where I'm guessing that's what caused the problem last time. And it might have caused the same problem here. So you might see different colors than you saw on the screen. But we believe, again, that's what took some time, actually, is because we converted it to Word and opened it up, and it didn't look like what we were working with before. So
Okay.
just
I think that's
be
worth
ready for
monitoring because we do the same. We all work in Google and convert to Word. So I think if there's any issues, we can just let each other know if the conversion looks weird or something. I know the colors change. That's for sure.
Yep. All right. I guess that, we're all done from our side. I don't know if you have anything else.
Anything?
Thanks. And then you'll send us a copy of the joint communication.
I will send it now. Thank you for the edits from the crowd. Appreciate it. I'm typing under pressure over here. Everyone's watching. Okay.
No pressure.
Okay. Everyone's good on our team.
Okay. Make sure, drive safe tonight. Looks like the weather's starting to change a little bit from rain to snow.
Okay, good night.
Thank you, guys.